Hello, hello. Probably to no one right now, but I decided very, very last minute that I wanted to do a pop-up stream. Mostly because I've got stuff to do and I feel like this is going to keep me accountable. So if anyone is here and wants to join me, great. If no one is here, that is fine. I will still hold myself accountable by being live. I know this is very last minute and that this is not an ideal time for the Americans who are probably still asleep. So potentially won't have many people to start with, but I am going to be doing this for a while, I think. Like I'm going to keep live for a long time. I mean, I don't know how long yet, but more than 2 hours, I'm assuming. The reason why is I did quite a few chapters revising The Art of Summoning Demons yesterday. You can see off my little tab. And I'm halfway through, because more than halfway through. I got to chapter 19 out of 30. And I'd like to finish it today. I don't know if that's doable, but I think I could finish it today. So I want to stream and sprint until I'm done with it. And then I also want to redo the first 3 chapters. So like, this is just in this version on, handwriting in this printed manuscript. So I'd like to transfer my changes from this to the computer manuscript, to the computerized version for the first 3 chapters, so that I can send those to my last round of beta readers, which are going to be friends who read and not writers. So yeah, I see I do have 2 people saying hi. Hi, Lynn, doing work and then headed to a work meeting. No, I'm so sorry. On a Sunday. I feel so sad for you. I hope it goes okay, though. Good luck with your work meeting. And Nina is here. Hi. Hello, hello. Literally just woke up. Fair enough. Fair enough. Aren't you like an hour later than me? Or are you an hour earlier than me? I think you're an hour later, no? Because, no, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. No judgment, though. I did just come back from my dog walk, so I haven't done any work basically right now, which is why I wanted to motivate myself, because now that I'm back. So I think we're going to start with a small little sprint just so I can get my shit together. So I want to go get a coffee. I want to set up my desk and everything I want to do. And oh my God, hi, Stieg. How is your son? He's very sleepy right now. He's like on the little couch over there. He's just come back from his walk. So he's happy and sleepy. But yes, so as I was saying, I want to sprint until I'm done revising this printed version of The Art of Summoning Demons, however long that will take. So let's get into focus. We're gonna start quite quickly. Let me just see the last comments and then I'll get us started. Yes, little heart eyes for Edgar. Yes, usually I'm awake earlier, but I was at a friend's birthday party yesterday and left at like 2:30 a.m. That is fair. That is 100% fair. That is what Sundays are for, resting after that. Steve, oh my God, precious boy, you worked so hard today. Rest, little angel. Yeah, he worked really hard to go get the footballs, because we go on Sundays to a park where unfortunately there's a lot of football games, and so normally these are leashed walks, while on Saturdays we go to like the forest or whatever, and then these are unleashed walks. But when we do the leashed walk, it's because otherwise he would just run off and disrupt the football game and steal the footballs. So like, we can't let that happen. So instead I have like meaty treats or whatever, and I scatter them around and do a little bit of scent training for him to find everything and all that. So yeah. Marta's here. Hi, how are you doing? And oh my God, my friend Babev is here. Hey B, how you doing? Thank you. I'm starting writing again tomorrow. Have my act 2 be outlined with some really cool set pieces. So excited for that. That's fantastic. Well, if you don't get the footballs, who will? Well, unfortunately, the footballers. So yeah, it's a shame, really. But yeah, so he's still tired from that, which is good, because I read somewhere. I watched TikToks, let's be honest, saying how for working breeds like his, doing like more scent training type of stuff can be just as exhausting as like running around. So yeah, they're just men. Unfortunately, Steve, they're just boys. That's the thing, is they are kids a lot of the time. But yes, let us get started. Let me share my screen. We're going to do focus. And I think we're going to start with a short one for me to get my stuff all ready and my shit together. And then we'll get into more chunky ones. I quite liked yesterday, Marta was doing a lot of 45 minutes long sprints. I might edge up to that. Maybe we'll do 35, see how we feel, and then maybe do a 45. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared of doing 45s, even though they're really good when I'm on the other side. Let's share focus. Let's go into the focus mode. We're in this cozy bedroom sort of setting. I don't know how we feel about that. Marta's like, yes, please, 45 minutes. All of this to say, I shall be streamlining my outline. Exciting. Nice. Yeah, if you guys want to share what you're working on, if you're doing anything exciting or interesting, I'm very curious. Like I said, I'm just going to be working on finishing this because I'm chapter 19 and I feel like I could finish this today. I could finish revising this today, just in handwriting. Okay, so if they were older than 18, then you would hit him. Yes, 100%, Marla. Obviously, they're football players. They deserve it. They love it. I'm joking. Love the morning bedroom vibes. Okay, perfect. We're gonna do that then. This is sleepy vibes, and we'll do a shorter one to start. So let's do 10 minutes to start it with. Actually, I don't think I need to change that. I'll do 45 minutes for the big ones, and then the short break will be 10 and long break 15. So I'll do like a break, and then that's our timer, I guess. Does that make sense? A short break of 10 minutes. Let's start. Perfect. There we go. I almost forgot to unmute myself. Very good job, me. So that was just to start our sprint or stream. Just a quick little warm up, 10 minutes. Did you guys manage to do something in 10 minutes or just to prepare anything that you wanted to prepare? I got myself a coffee and I prepared my music. I set up my space and then I started reading just for a little bit. The beginning of chapter 19, so I've just read one page and that's it. So that's me getting ready to start working on this. So yeah, I'm very happy that I'm definitely gonna, like, I'm feeling, because it's towards the end, everything's picking up, the pace is like, yes. So I'm really confident that I'm gonna finish this today. So yeah, that's exciting. What are you guys working on? I've left this little banner up there so that if you want to enter that during the sprint, then I can have a little look at what you're doing. So let me just get back to the latest comments, and then we'll get into a big chunky 45 minutes, which Marta is also very excited about because she's the one who set up those 45 minutes yesterday, and I was being so productive and doing so much more than just writing stuff, but just being able to do other things around the house and everything. So that's what I'm hoping for. But like I said, if you've just arrived, the goal is I want to finish revising the printed version of my manuscript, and I'm at chapter 19 out of 30, and we're going to do this within this stream. So however long that requires for me to sprint. So I'm just going to stream until I'm done. So we had some love for the bedroom vibes, and oh, thank you. So I'm gonna get over how good your cover looks. Thank you so much. I'm very happy with this, and I'm just so happy with like having a physical book in my hands. It's such a nice feeling. Martha is working on her Brainstorm a New Character with Me video. Yes, you said you were going to do that, and I was so excited to see that. About to film a little update, and I think I'll be doing some character art after that. Perfect. So I think 45 minutes chunky sprints is going to be good for you because filming can take a little bit longer, I guess, like at least for me, because I tend to repeat myself and then change what I'm saying and refilm whatever. So it depends what you're filming. Graphic design must be your passion. It absolutely is my passion, although my jobs have tried to kill that passion quite a few times. Hello, Keiko. How are you doing? Oh my god, I thought I had to wait 3 more hours for sprints to start. Yes, I went to double check the sheets because there is a, the cheat sheet of all the sprints that are going on OrthoTube, and I didn't see anything that was starting now. So I was like, okay, then maybe I should do one myself because I'm kind of feeling the need right now to be kept accountable and to have, I don't know, the community around me while I'm working. Working on the fanfic for the first time in 8 days. Oh, nice. And the staff season 4 was hard. I'm glad that you're finally managing to get back into it. So I hope that you're enjoying that. Perfect timing. I literally just pressed pause on the camera when you started talking again. Amazing. Can't get over how pretty that book looks. Thank you. It's my baby. I'm generally so proud of, like, just so happy with this. And 1010 would recommend printing your manuscript as a real book whenever you are like towards the final drafts. It's so satisfying. It's just so nice. Steek says, got nothing done, playing my vampire game, and I'm hunting a boss. Siva the engineer. She's a doozy. Oh, okay. And Keiko's asking, what is the game called, Steek? Yes, good question. Most sprints are American ones, so yes, that's true. Although I think some of the European people doing sprints are doing the times for the American time zones as well, just thinking about that, even though they are in the EU or the UK. Unfortunately, Anya doesn't do sprints anymore. Oh, okay, she did sprints 8 a.m. CT. Oh, that is very early. So I couldn't do that on weekends anyway because I do the dog walks first. That's the first thing I do in the morning, and then I can do sprints. So yes, V Rising. Oh, I don't know it. That sounds fun. I'm currently reading, sorry, just because you're talking about vampires, so I'm thinking like horror and supernatural in general. I'm currently reading The Drift by CJ Tudor, and let me show you that properly. There you go. And it's very graphic. Like, I'm enjoying it, and it feels almost like reading a little bit like a movie because it's quite fast-paced and interesting. I'm really into it, but There's been a scene already that was very graphic. It's a bit gorish. So I would recommend this if you're into the horror vibes, but I would not recommend it if you're squeamish. Um, and I'm definitely guilty of that. Steaks is one of my goals this year is to complete a video game, and this is the one I vibed with the most. By complete, I mean get all the Steam achievements, so it's trackable. Nice, that's very cool. Oh, you're inspiring me for my next question. I'll put up a little banner during the sprints, and you guys can answer during the sprints if you want to, and then I can look at the replies when I come back. So I'm gonna ask you guys to just name one goal you've got for the year. If it could be writing goal, perfect, but it can be anything else. I'll be curious. I love having fun goals for 2025. Yes, same. My favorite vampire book of all times is Children of Judas by Marcus Heights. Oh, I don't know this one. In that case, you don't need to you didn't get nothing done. You are working on your 2025 goals and you are being very productive that sprint. That is very true. So you did get something done. Don't know if there's an English translation. Oh, of the book Children of Judas. Okay, interesting. Although a bunch of his work have now been translated. Okay, so maybe it's coming if it hasn't yet. That'd be interesting. So I'll put up a second banner. It's going to be what's writing or non-writing goal you have for 2025. Add banner and show it, and that will be our next question, and then we're gonna go into our chunky sprint. So let's add this back to the stage. Let's go back to the beginning. If everyone is ready, I'm gonna do a chunky one, 45 minutes. Let's go. How did you guys do? If you were productive, let me know what you were working on, if you managed to do some bits. I am now in the middle of chapter 21. Yeah, that's right. So I've done 2.5 chapters, and this is a big one, chapter 21. So I've got a couple of scenes left. I finished just after the first scene, basically. So I'm currently, where is it? Over here. So I've got this much left, and I've done all of this. And right now, I'm feeling good about my progress. There was one chapter that was very clearly so much worse than the others in terms of the writing. I was like, holy shit, I was tired when I wrote this because the writing was bad and I need to fix a lot of it. And then other chapters, I'm like, I have no comments. This is perfect. So it really just depends, which is why I'm glad that I'm doing this and just sort of trying to look at them only when I'm in the right mood or mindset, like when I'm not tired, because if I'm tired and I'm rereading myself, I'm not seeing anything and I'm not really noticing the problems and things I need to change. So yes. How did you guys do? Let me go back and feel free to answer my question. What's a writing or non-writing goal you have for 2025? For me, I think my main goal for 2025 is going to be querying the Art of Summoning Demons. I know I've already tried querying this before, but I'm feeling a lot better about this draft. Like I feel like it's improved drastically. So I just want to get back into the query trenches with this version. And then if that fails, I would very much like to self-publish it. So I'm not giving up on this book. I've been saying this for a few years now, but it's just my baby and I still love it. So despite the fact that I've reworked it so many times, let me go back up to the last comments I had seen. Oh yes, Keiko said that was a difficult question, but I did say it's only one goal. You can say anything. It could be like see friends more, go to the cinema one time. Like it could be anything. That's what I'm saying. And Keiko's goal is finishing a draft that is not my fanfiction would be nice. That is a very nice goal. So I think you could absolutely achieve this. And it's only beginning of February, so plenty of time. Keiko finished her chapter, now proofreading it, then adding the word count, and then posting it. Nice. It's a 5.5K chapter. That's a big chapter. I mean, I think it is, but I haven't written fanfiction in so long that I actually don't remember what's like the standard for like fanfiction chapters. Before my book itself, for the Art of Summoning Demons, I'm averaging, so like my shorter chapters are maybe 2.5K and my longer ones are maybe 5K max. So most of them are like 3,000 to 4,000 words. I think that's like a normal average. So my fanfiction word count should be at 90K with this. I think that's crazy. That's a really big word count. Nina says, I got out of bed and fed the pets. Very nice. That was a good achievement. And Keiko said, it's 1 p.m. We said no judging, and Nina came back from a birthday party at 2:30 a.m. last night. So it's fair. It's fair. I'm too old to do that. Like I need my beauty sleep. I cannot do that anymore. Got Ziva. Oh, so the bad guy you were fighting. But she got me good a few times first. Opened my Notion, nice, and started streamlining my outline, nice. Doing a train heist for a moving train and blowing up a bridge in the process. Oh my god, that is so exciting. Have you ever watched this really old movie that I'm gonna guess no one else than me or French people have watched, called The Brain? It's literally about a train heist. Like it's this guy who's so smart that his brain is too heavy for his head, so he's constantly doing this, and it's ridiculous. It's like really old, and there is like a whole train heist thing, and they're like showing a little scene of how it should go first. So you see like him being like, and then you go in the train, and then this happens, and everything, and obviously everything goes all right, and like nothing goes to plan, but it's really funny. And I don't know why that's the first thing that popped into my mind, which has nothing to do with a cowboy book, but train heist, love them. Also spoke to my mother. It's Mother's Day in Norwegia. Oh, Oh, in Norway, you mean, I'm assuming. And her birthday tomorrow. Oh my God, double whammy. Sent her a card with a gift, 2 towers on DVD, and then we chit-chatted. That is so early because I always make fun of the English people here because their Mother's Day is in March. And I'm always like, that's ridiculous. Everyone else's Mother's Day is in May. And if you look at like the Wikipedia page or something, and you've got the list of Mother's Days around the world, most of them are in May. Like I think we have the same Mother's Day as in the US or something. And I think Belgium's got the weekend before the French one or something. So like 1 weekend apart, but they're in May. And I think the most common Mother's Days are like in May for some reason. That's the most common month. So February feels so early. I wonder what's the history behind it because a lot of the time it comes from somewhere. There was a reason for these. Yes, Nina was at a party until 2:30 a.m. And yes, that is fair. Steve says, writing goal for 2025 is finishing 1 major draft and 2 minor projects. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Yes, you have to finish the cowboy book because I want to read it. And that is the main reason you have to finish it. And also you're so close, like you're doing so well this year already. Hi, Di. Hello, good morning. How are you doing? So happy to see you. Feel free to answer this question if you want. I've just popped it up during this 45-minute sprint, and we're going to do more 45-minute sprints as we go. I think my next sprint, I'm going to be doing my lunch, so I might not work as much, but I want to finish this chapter first, and then I'll prepare my lunch. I think that's what I'll do. Where was I here? Steve says my midpoint ended up being 5,666 words for a single scene. Can't wait to battle that in revision. Oh my God, good luck with it. That is so big. Lol, I have not. Kiko says I finished proofreading the chapter, posting it, and then eat because I'm hungry. Yes, I have a bucket of cookie dough ice cream that needs to be eaten. Wait, is it called Norway or Norwegia? Well, it's called Norway in English. But Norwegia, which is, I'm assuming, like a funny thing that Stig is doing on purpose, sounds a lot like how we would call it in French. So I'm assuming it sounds similar to how in, like, I guess, how would you call it, basically? Stig. Because like in French, you would say Norvège, which sounds a lot like Norwegia. So Keiko says Mother's Day in Germany is in May. Yeah, there you go. I think it's the most common month for it. 5K for single scene. Yeah, that is intense. Norway was very Christian when we were pubs, and Mother's Day in Norway was originally a Christian holiday since 1919, but then it's morphed into something more secular today. Okay, interesting. I like the history lesson. Major goal is to query this year. Yes, I have the same goal, Di. Just not sure which quarter yet. And I'd like to work on my short fiction this year as well. Exciting. Love that for you. I was just going to get to an end. It's the same with me in the fan fiction. Norway is Norwegian in German. That makes sense. So it's more similar to how we say it in French as well. Well, we have only a minute and a half to stop our chit-chatting before we get back into a big 45-minute sprint. I'm just going to change the scenery, I think. Is this where I change it? No, that is not where I change it. The focus theme. This is where I change it. What would I like? I think I'm feeling the countryside morning because it just makes me think. I would love to do the night one, but it's a plus. I don't want to pay. So this is what we're going to do. That is the one for the next round. What did I miss? It's Norway in English. Yes, Norwegia is a mispronunciation someone did once, and I thought it was funny, so I keep saying it. Yeah, that's why I thought that you were doing a bit on purpose. I cannot pronounce that, and I'm not going to attempt it. Thinking about doing a revision vlog series for YouTube, so there's that. Oh, really? That's a big goal. That's interesting. I would love to see that. Norwegia sounds pretty though. Yeah, it does. It actually does. I like that. So I'm probably going to be off camera for a little bit during the next 45-minute sprint because I need to go prepare lunch, not dinner, lunch. And then I will be finishing the chapter I was working on. Maybe I can do more. We'll see how much I get done. But yes, it should take me like maybe 20 minutes to make lunch. I owe Grape a video. Exciting. All right. If everyone's ready, we're about to get, I'm going to change the banner to another question, but we're about to get into the next one. I to unmute myself and removed myself from the stage instead. Good job, me. That's what happens when you do things too fast. How did that second 45-minute sprint go? That was intense for me. I did a lot because I technically made my lunch, ate it while watching a little bit more of the third lesson from Brandon Sanderson's new lecture that he's posting on YouTube. And I managed to finish the chapter I was in earlier in the previous sprint. So I'm now 3 chapters down, which makes me, I've just started chapter 22 out of 30, which means I've got 9 chapters left. So I'm excited. And like I said, we are going to sprint until I'm done checking each chapter until the end. So I've got another 9 to do, and we're going to do that together if you guys are still there for it. So I also asked a question during the second 45-minute sprint, which was, what is your favorite stage of writing? Is it drafting? Is it outlining? Is it revising? And what is your least favorite? So I'm going to answer that for myself, and then I'm going to go through the comments. My favorite stage of writing has changed. It used to be probably just zero drafting and sort of like freestyling drafting, flying by the seat of my pants. And I don't really do that anymore. And I'm a lot more into outlining these days. And I do enjoy the outline stage now. But I think in reality, when I worked on Space Princess Project, I realized world building is a really fun part as well. And my least favorite was always revising. And now that I'm enjoying this 4th draft, I don't think I hate it as much anymore. I think I'm finally enjoying the revision stage as well. So really, probably my most feared, I would say, stage of writing is getting feedback and having that moment where you've got to wait to plunge back into something, because you know that if you get straight into the feedback you received, at least for me, I know that I will immediately take things to heart and get into a loop of like, oh my God, I have to change everything. And it's so difficult to get out of that if you're trying to do it straight after you received feedback. So that's probably my least favorite moment, is when you have to wait a little bit, because you got to give yourself time to internalize things, understand what feedback you want to integrate, what feedback you do not want to integrate, what would work for your novel best, etc. So for me, it's probably that stage. I don't know if that has a name, but you know what I mean. So let me see the comments of how you guys did and your answers to this. And I think we got a few new people. Oh, I've got to scroll back quite a bit. The last comments were about how we pronounce Norway versus Norwegia. Oh, and then we got Andy that came over. Hello, how are you doing? And his immediate answer was all of it. Which one? All of it you love or you hate? Some highs to each other. And then Keiko answered world building, which I 1000% understand. I really enjoy the stage of creating your universe and figuring out if you have a magic system, or for my sci-fi, I think I loved it because it was a lot more trying to figure out technology advancements and stuff like that. So that was really fun to do. And Roman's Queen Emma Bennett says hi, but I think I see her. I do say hi. Yes, hi Emma, how you doing? Nice to see you. We've got an answer from Dai. I have a love-hate relationship with first drafting. I get that. On one hand, it's amazing for this idea in your head to finally become something, but on the other, it's so hard to fight through the mental blocks of first drafting. Even though revision is tough, it's my favorite part because you get to really shape the story into what you imagined. I've always been so impressed with people who think of revisions as their favorite part of drafting. And I think at some point I realized it was my least favorite part back in the day. And so I really needed to hone into my first drafting and become more of an outliner, because you can't hate revisions if you're a pantser. Like if you're a pantser, you will need to revise heavily. And so I had to come to terms with that and try to figure out what method I prefer, which is why I'm really interested in the videos I'm currently watching. I know, Dai, you were also watching the Brandon Sanderson lessons. And he does talk about sort of the spectrum on which writers are between pensing and outlining. So I'm fascinated by that. I'm just hoping to learn a little bit more about my own writing system and what I enjoy. But yeah, I get that. Some love for each other. And then Nina says, I think drafting or the first stages of outlining, like planning characters, brainstorming subplots, etc. Which is, do you know what? I think half of that is the outlining stage, and half of it to me is also a little bit world building. I feel like I probably consider figuring out how to craft your character to be a bit part of the world building process, but it might not be the same for everyone. I feel like the world building is obviously more about the world, but I also think the characters are part of the world, and so sometimes it's part of the same system. What am I working on? So I've printed The Art of Summoning Demons into a paperback so that I can tab it. And I'm doing handwritten revisions right now, just making notes of everything that I need to update in my draft. I've got some color coding that's, gone off tracks because my initial color coding was this. So in blue, I have small line edits. In green, I have small developmental edits because I shouldn't have big ones anymore. And in orange, I have continuity check, things like, I think at some point I say that there's like a cult involved in this, and at some point I'm like, oh, there's 20 men, and then I'm like, no, there's 22, so I need to decide, and that's a continuity check. And I have a few more green ones at the front, so small developmental edits, because these were the new chapters. And then the middle is mostly blue because that's line edits. And then I ran out of blue, so now I'm using purple instead of the blue. So that's the new color. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. And the reason I wanted to do these pop-up sprints is because I have a feeling I could finish rereading this today, and I'm hoping to do that within those sprints. So yes, and am I, you need food? Well, get some food. I just had lunch, so I get ya. Nina says, part 2, least favorite is probably drafting Act 2. So that's very specific. Drafting just specifically Act 2. It is always the least outlined and the thing I struggle with the most. That's fair. So you struggle with the murky middle or whatever people call it. I find that is it when you're like trying to deliver, like the promise of the premise and all that? Because I probably enjoy that quite a bit, but I also think it's hard. So it's a mixed bag. Keiko says, posted the chapter, yay, got 123 for the last print, and I'm at 90,847 words for the fanfiction. Amazing. What a big chunk of fanfic it is. Marta says, hey, I missed the last break because I was having lunch. What did I miss? How many chapters did you get up to? Well, in total right now, Marta, I've done 3 chapters today, so it's not that many. I was in the middle of a chapter at the end of the last break, and then I made my lunch and ate it during the last sprint, so I didn't have time to do much more than that, then finish the chapter I was in. Honestly, I'm not sure I can choose, says Marta. Sometimes I love drafting, sometimes I hate it, sometimes I love revising, and other times I hate it. Fair. But I feel like that's exactly the same answer I just gave, so I can't judge you on that. I'm also like, depends on the project, and sometimes I hate one and I love the other, and then sometimes it swaps around. So yeah, agreed. I think I always look forward to starting the next stage in the process and enjoy it for a while and then get sick of it, and want to move on to something else by the end of it. That's why I've been itching so much to do some zero drafting again, because I've just been working on revising the same book for so long now that I've just been wanting to write something new. I was wondering where you disappeared for a second there. Di says, I'm typing up some stuff for a bit of reader interest. Oh, very interesting. Are you going to send it my way too? I'm potentially interested. Just let us know where you're at with that and post it on the Discord. Trying to get out a blurb shortly. Nice. Very exciting. That's a very exciting stage. Let me pause, because the break's about to finish and I want to finish reading the comments. You can see here, I had 46 seconds left. So let me pause this, finish the comments, and then we'll jump into our next 45-minute sprint. We're going to do this until I'm done, guys. Steeg says, I've only ever revised a short story, but I did love that. Zero drafting is so hard for me. Well, I guess it's hard for everyone. Yeah, and I think you've said yourself that you prefer writing in a style that's a little bit more, what is the term you've used? Like police records, like, what is that called? Statements. And almost sounds very similar to what Becca Smith was doing when she was saying she was doing like a play and just writing like a script instead of, you know, a manuscript. So it's interesting because then you don't really need to go into the details of like the decorations of the room or like what it feels like or anything. It's literally just action, dialogue, and that's it. I find that interesting because then I would imagine I would then enjoy quite a lot more revising because in a way you've sorted your outline by doing that draft and then you're filling in the blanks with more creativity. I don't know how to explain, but yeah, it's a completely different process. But whenever you've read bits of your manuscript, it sounds quite well fleshed out, though. It doesn't actually sound like you haven't looked at those details. So again, I think it's probably the same for everyone, but for me, every project is different. So every single time I'm getting into a different project, I feel like my method changes, which is why I have a different favorite stage and a different least favorite stage for that new project. Getting feedback is terrifying. Absolutely agree. It really is. For that sprint, I worked on my outline, says Stieg, trying to figure out the balance between outlining enough to know what's going on, but not so extensive that I don't have the desire to write it. Help. Yes, I get that. 100%. Hi, Crystal. How are you? How are you doing? Steve says, I love getting feedback, even better if they tear it apart. I can never just accept positive feedback. I cannot do that. I'm happy if people, you know, will give me the criticism I'm asking for, but I also need to be led gently by my hand, you know? Like, I cannot deal with just harsh comments and no sandwich of niceties around it. Like, I need a few compliments in there to not feel like a complete failure. Otherwise, it will send me into a loop. But that's also why a huge part of getting feedback is like trusting the people that you're sending it to. But yeah. Dice, I love that you printed your book. That's iconic. Yeah, I look at the cover. Yes, I'm just so happy with it. It's my baby. I've got another version that I've not touched and tabbed so that I've got it intact. And then obviously I think I will print it again at the end of this round of revisions. Hi, Anna. How are you doing? Hello. I decided on random pop-up sprints until I'm finished reading this. Definitely will. Yay. Nina says, I have decided to take today as a relaxation date. Nice. So I'm dating Sims 4, which I haven't played in a bit, and maybe write a bit this evening. Nice. Exciting. Police report. That's the word. Thank you, Steve. Words were failing me there. I apologize. Marsha says, I totally get that. I spent all 2024 on a draft 5, the last few months of that being basically just line edits. So brainstorming and working on an earlier draft now has felt like a breath of fresh air. Yeah, it's the variety, isn't it? Like, I fully agree that it's just so much easier when you're suddenly like, oh, I could do something else. But my problem is that I then end up with a lot of manuscripts that are different stages and nothing fully finished. And that is frustrating me. Like, obviously, I've finished drafts, but I haven't finished the full book. Six says, I do describe my writing as explaining what's happening in a movie to a person who can't see it. Yeah, and I was talking about this recently with Hudson about how my main issue with my writing is I probably do too much of that because we're such a visual society nowadays that it's really hard not to do stage direction. And that's what I write as. So everything is like, she looked over there, she looked up, she heard this, and like all of these filler words. It's really hard for me to get rid of them. Yes. What draft number is that, Malin? So this is still draft 4. I'm only counting drafts as like big developmental edits. So this would then be draft 4.1, I guess. I'm not going to add another draft number to this just because I'm revising this. Because now it's all small little things. There's nothing big changing. It's just continuity checks, tiny little developmental edits. Like, what's an example of a developmental edit? One of them, which is technically, it could be a continuity check, but like I've got a green tab here, and that was because I couldn't fucking decide on the day of the week that this was. And I was like, no, this needs to make sense everywhere else. So I'm changing it so that it makes sense in other places. So it's small things like that and nothing big. And yeah, therefore, this is still draft 4. And it's so exciting. I'm snuggled? Or is snurdled? a word because I've never heard it. I like it. In bed, still haven't got up. That is fair. It's quite early for you, isn't it? I feel like it's early. Yeah, we started 2 hours ago, guys. I was just like, out of the dog walk, straight into this. I want to get this done. Crystal says, I'm alive. Was going to do a bit of edits today, but also might just go play some World of Warcraft. Fair enough. I feel like that's the vibe for a lot of people on this Sunday, which is fair. Oh my god, same. But that's what revision is for. Yes. Yes, exactly. All right, that was the last comment. So we're going to jump into our next 45-minute sprint. Let me get rid of that banner. I'll think of another question for the next sprint. Crystal Marta has a message for you. Go edit your book. So I will put this back up on stage and let it play again. So yeah, so that we have 45 seconds left, and then we're going to jump into the next 45-minute sprint. Is everyone ready? Hope that it all goes okay for everyone. And if anyone is, if you know that someone else is going to like stream soon or something, and you want me to stop or something, or you're like, oh, we're all going to jump over on to the next one, let me know, because I might not be aware. But I was like, I'll just stream until I'm done, which clearly I'm not going that quickly. So we could be there for a while. But yes, let's go. And I will think of another banner question to pop up. So if you want to think about your answer during the sprint, feel free to answer me in the comments. Good luck. And we are back. I have just finished. No, I'm just in the middle of more like chapter 24. And I did a couple more chapters before this. So I've done like another 2.5, I guess. I'm really close to the end of chapter 24. I've got like 2 pages left. I've just realized. I'm just flipping through the pages right now. And then I'll be at chapter 25, and that will leave me with 5 chapters left. So we're getting there. We're getting there, people. Can I actually manage to do this today? I hope so. But yeah, 45 minutes does go by quite quickly. I made myself another coffee towards the end as well. And I am putting pen all over my hand. Good job. And I lit myself a little candle as well, which is this neon one, which smells very nice and is relaxing. So yeah, that's how my sprint went. How did your sprint go? What did you guys do? And have you had time to look at the question and answer it? So I'll answer myself, and then I'm going to go through the comments like before. What is your proudest writing achievement? What deserves a few pats on the back? I think for me, it's just the amount of drafts I've managed to finish. I think I'm gonna call that my proudest achievement, like into one bag, is just being able to finish a draft. Because when I first finished one, the very, very first one I ever did, which was my book in French that I'll never revisit, it felt like an accomplishment, but one I could never repeat. Like, it felt like, this is it. This is the one book I have in me. So being able to consistently do it and to have done it more than once has felt like my proudest achievement. And I mean like first drafts. I don't mean, after that when you revise things. I just mean like getting to the word the end for the very first time in a first draft is just such a high. So yeah, I'm gonna call that my proudest writing achievement and give myself a pat on the back for it, because we all deserve a pat on the back for something. So yeah. Let me go back up to the latest comments and see where we were at. The last one I read, I think, was Crystal, go edit your book. And then Crystal answered, but Marta, lol, it's Sunday. I'm not used to doing work on Sunday. And we would never want you to stop. There you go. Marta also said, I'm here until either you finish your book or I finish my character art. Gotta do it. Gotta get it done. Okay, and then I put my question up, and I did also say you have to think of something positive to say about your own writing, and that does include you, Steek, because I know you can be hard on yourself, but you have to also be nice to yourself every now and then. So that's why I put that question up. Marta says, I'm really proud of the first book in this trilogy and how nicely it's setting up the rest of the series, to the point where brainstorming the next book has been feeling so effortless lately. That is so lovely, and I love that for you. That is such a nice part of the journey, and when you're just like getting excited to write more books in the series because you're really happy with the first one. Such a good feeling. That is lovely. Crystal says, I am really proud of the fact book 1 is officially almost done. Yay! It felt like a long road to get here, especially after I almost gave up writing years ago to try to be a normal person. It sounds like you're saying there's muggles and then there's writers instead of wizards, which is so funny. The fact I'm so close to having a published book, which I've got so much still to do, makes me so happy. Yes, you can be proud of yourself. That's a really good accomplishment. Nina says, not an easy question, but I guess my proudest achievement is from a few years ago when I finished the first draft of my Vienna fantasy story. It was very short and not good, but it exists. Yeah, see, like, I feel like finishing first drafts is just, it's a big accomplishment we have to celebrate. One day we'll revise it, probably, but I do not know when. When you're ready for it. Sometimes it's also just a question of evolving as a writer, becoming a better writer, and then you can go back more easily to a previous draft because now you know how to fix it, while maybe straight after you wouldn't have known. Keiko says that I wrote 90k so far in a single story. My highest in an original story is 32k. That is super impressive. Like, that is a chunky fanfic. Really good job. Dai says, it technically hasn't happened yet, but I'm proud that I've actually reached the point where I'll be seeing out readers. Usually I write a couple drafts and then start something new. Yes, you're like moving forward. You're getting this draft further towards publication one day, and it's just such an exciting moment. So yes, you can absolutely be proud of that. By the way, PowerPress Play and Inimitable Books are sprinting. Oh, okay. I did not realize. And I'm on the fence what chapter next to write. The chronological chapter, start of flashback arc, or the chapter where the cliffhanger continues. Ooh. I mean, I don't know. Do you just not want to do chronologically in order? Because I personally cannot jump around. Like, I find it really, really difficult, but that's just how my brain functions. If your brain is completely able to do both and then go back, then do whatever you feel more inspired by, I guess. Yes, these sprints are flying by. And I feel like I'm not advancing that quickly, although I only have this much left. But I just feel slow. I feel slow. Marta says, got a messy sketch of my character down, yay. Not sure whether to stick with it or mess with it more. Struggling to visualize this character in my head at the moment, but it doesn't quite feel like her yet. Okay. Maybe put it aside for a second, have a thing, and then go back. Maybe then you'll see like the things you couldn't see before. Crystal says, I did as I was told, and I did a couple of chapters. Lol, and as I fell asleep on my lap, oh, so I snacked on chips for breakfast since they were in reach. Oh, that's so cute. Steek says, is it cheesy to say that my proudest writing achievement is the Troublemakers? I don't think it is cheesy, because you guys created a whole community around that as well. So being able to have critique partners you trust and having found the right people takes work, it takes time, it takes like trial and error. So having found those people is amazing, but also having built an entire writing community where others can thrive and like share their writing and become better writers and everything through it. It's an achievement. I don't think it's cheesy. I think it's something you can also really be proud of. Good work, Crystal. But also just sticking to this for 5+ years without ever having finished a novel draft. That doesn't matter though, because we'll have our ups and downs, but the first part is what matters. The first part of you saying sticking to this for 5+ years. That's what's important. Hi Miley, how you doing? Hello, welcome. We're sprinting until I'm done revising my book, and I have 5 chapters left. I have this much left. 5.5 chapters left. Marta says I would feel insulted, but actually Crystal's right. I'm definitely not a normal person. None of us are normal. But then again, within this community, we're all normal, you know? So normal is relative. 90k is not long for a fanfic. I haven't read a fanfic in a really long time. My favorite Dragon Age fanfic is over 700k long. I would just never read that, you know? Like, that's what I mean. So to be able to write it, that's impressive. I think I take the cliffhanger one. I have 6k pre-written, just the canon stuff, events from the game, not the finished thing. Nice. Then yeah, go into the order you feel more comfortable with. And since Veilguard came out, I can do some diabolical things to that chapter with all the new lore that was revealed. Okay, I read on that chapter. Nice. Okay, so you know what you're going to do then. Let me get this back up. Let me get rid of this banner. I'm going to run out of things to ask. So I don't know if I'm going to put another question in next. I'll try to think of another one. I'm definitely taking my cue from Dai, because during her sprints, I love that there's always a question up and something to discuss and talk about in the comments, in the chat. So I'm trying to do the same, because I feel like that's always inspiring. But I am running out of ideas, potentially. I'll have a think. We've got 1.5 minutes, so let me change this landscape for something else once again. And let's do, what should we do? I do like the cafe. Maybe the cafe. Oh, I do love the Fuji convenience store. I feel like that's a nice one. And there's also the street, but it's too summer. There's the forest and the Jog Academia one I quite like as well. I think I'm going to stick to the convenience store for now. Yeah, that'll do. Nice. So in about 47 seconds, be ready to start one more 45-minute sprint. Feel free to jump to other people doing their stream as well. Sorry that I'm doing it at the same time, if I am. But I'd like to finish this. And this is holding me accountable, like for real. Like, I've done so much already, so I'm feeling pretty good. And we've got some love for the Fuji convenience store, so that's perfect. I need to think of another question to ask you guys, and then I'll put it up again. I'm running out of ideas, but I'll try to think of something. All right. in 7 seconds. Hope you're ready and good luck on this next sprint. Here we go. That was the latest 45-minute sprint, and I think that was probably the last one. I still have 3 chapters left. So I'm over here, and I've got, let me show you more probably. I have this much left. That's it. Everything else is done, and I'm page 337 out of 373. So I'm chapter 28. That's where I just reached, and I have chapter 28, 29, and 30, and that's it. I'm so close. But I'm also feeling really tired, and I am finding it harder to focus on the words and making sure that I'm reading them correctly. So I'm probably not going to be as useful doing that now. So I think that's why it's going to be our last sprint, because I'm going to take a proper little break, and then I'll finish the rest later this afternoon. And we've been streaming for 4 hours, guys. I feel like that was really productive. Like, we've done so fucking well. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. I have 3 chapters left, and I know now that I'll finish them today. So I'm not as concerned by it. And I've been enjoying myself, rereading myself. So before we started the sprint, I did ask a question, which was, how do you refuel your creative well when it dries? By reading, watching shows, taking a break, forcing the writing to happen, etc. So let's see what you guys answered, what you guys did during the sprint, and what I missed in terms of comments. Let me scroll back up. I think this was the last one I read, which was that Marja agrees on the Fuji convenience store. So Stieg also asked, what is your biggest challenge while writing? And I also like that question. So I did say, let's answer both if we can. And then my question was up. So to answer Stieg's question, what is your biggest challenge while writing? Again, for me, it depends project by project. It's just never exactly the same. But I think I generally have a lack of focus towards the end. When it comes to the bad guys closing, that's when I start thinking of other projects, doing something else, and not fully focusing myself. And I think that stems from the fact that very often I've not had proper outlines, or yeah. So I feel like for me, that's often the point at which I have more of a challenging time. And just keeping my focus for long enough to finish a draft, because often I'm like, oh, I'll bounce back to something else then, and then I'll come back to it. And I usually do, and then I finish it, but it's happened time and time again. So I know that that's my problem. And then to answer my own question, how do you refuel your creative well when it dries in terms of writing? For me, when I'm feeling a little bit too stressed and I can't really enjoy the writing creativity side of it anymore, I often need to force an actual break. Like, not to be like, oh, I'm in a writing slump, but to be like, no, this is a purposeful break, and I'm going to do something else that is creative. So for instance, getting back into reading more, or doing some more designy things, like for instance, doing the cover for the Art of Summoning Demons, or focusing on making videos and posting them. Like, just shifting my focus from writing to something else helps me crave the writing again. And that also happens when it comes to different stages of writing. So for instance, when it comes to like drafting, when I took a voluntary break for an entire month to do the world building for Space Princess project, I was itching to write again. Like, I was just so itching to write again. I couldn't wait to get back into it, but I forced myself to do the entire month of just world building before I got back into it. And that was really helpful, because then I felt like I sped through the beginning of that. And similarly, I have been so tired of revising this book, but I took a small break of 2-3 weeks in January, because I finished draft 4 at the beginning of January, or like mid-month, I can't remember. And then I was like, for a little while, I'm not doing any writing related stuff, and I'm just gonna, well, I did do a little bit of world building for Project Snowstorm, but that's it. So it was just like taking a break from the book, and then getting back into it was so helpful. So for me, it's a break. That's what works. Let me see what you guys answered. So Crystal says, mostly I watch shows, movies while crocheting. Rare occasions I read or I play a video game of some kind. It varies depending on how dry the well is. Yeah, that is fair. Keiko says, reading, watching shows, listening to the project playlists for the fanfic. Oh, that's always a good one. Either reading through the discussions on our Dragon Age Discord, or watching fan videos that people made. That's a lovely way to do it as well. I guess that's the benefit of fan fiction as well. I have no idea who Vanessa is, or do I? Is this someone I know? Because I don't remember this person. But good to know there's another person sprinting, because I'm about to slowly finish. Di says, okay, my interest form is complete. Yay! I'll just have to work on my query blurb to add to it. Exciting. Like you suggested, but I'm going to break for a workout first. Nice. That's always a nice break as well from writing. Thank you so much for the sprints. I'm glad you enjoyed those, and I'm glad they were useful to you. Miley says, I love going to a museum or watching something with my friends when I'm in a creative slump. Oh, I love that. I can always get great ideas from our conversations about what we're seeing. That's fantastic. And that's actually like been really helpful as well to me because I've dragged Marta to a museum last time for Project Snowstorm. And that was really fun because it inspired me in more ways for that project. Keiko says, okay, guys, do you experience lots of videos from people being posted where the titles are switched with a bunch of numbers? I had that so often recently, just now saw it again. I've never had that, and that sounds like your computer is cursed by a witch. I don't know. That might also just be because I'm rereading this and there is a curse by a witch in there. Marta says, for brief creating slumps while working on a project, I like going on walks in nature. Ooh, I love that. And listening to my project playlist. Yeah, I would say also music playlists in general are so helpful to me to get the creativity flowing again, just because I often picture a specific scene on a specific song. And so that really helps to listen back to the inspiration I had at the beginning of a project. For refueling the creative well in between projects, I consume other media. Forcing writing to happen is useful when the slump is caused by a specific plot point or section that I'm overwhelmed by / dreading. In those cases, forcing myself to just do it works best for me. There is a lot of forcing myself to just do it going on right now. I'm really struggling with this character art. Oh, I made her hair shorter, which helped, but she still doesn't look right. Maybe you need a longer break from it. I don't know. Steek says, no, what happened to going until you got it done? I got tired. And also I know that more people are streaming this afternoon, so I'm less worried about it. Crystal says, I didn't do any more edits, but I set up tomorrow's stream and cuddled Azzy. Oh, very good. I finished streaming the outline, feeling good about it. Yay! Amazing. I'm very excited for this. Yay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Steek says, and even managed to put down some more arching points for Act 3. Nice. Exciting. And here's an answer. I like watching things to refill the well or research. Nothing gets me more excited about a project than doing research. Yes, I do love that too. I feel like the world building aspect of things, or like trying to get inspired by something else for the project, always helps me get back into the mood. But that's mostly for drafting. I find it harder to do that in order to revise. So sometimes for revisions, I need to take a break, like just a forced break. Keiko says, I did nothing. One of my fave fanfictions posted updates, so I had to run and read. I also have the urge to play Skyrim. That's still doing something. You read or The Sims, but it's bugged again. Oh, seems to happen all the time. Miley says, I restarted this chapter for the millionth time, but this time I'm happy about the words and direction. Nice. Very good job. And for the second one, my biggest challenge is literally just pants in seat writing. Pants in seat? You mean flying by the seat of your pants? I always take forever and a day to get words down. 1,500 words in a day is huge for me, and then I start comparing myself to the 10K weekend crowd and start to spiral. You should not compare yourself to the 10K weekend crowds, because also I feel like a lot of the time people who are size queens very often are people who might not have the same amount of daily job to do during the week or something. And otherwise, it's also just easy to be like, okay, I've done this much in one day and then nothing for like 2 weeks or something. So it doesn't always mean anything. And also everyone progresses differently. Like everyone's project is different. The final result is different. Whenever you've read passages of the cowboy book, they sound very polished. They sound really, really like good already and very nicely written, despite you claiming that it's a police report. I don't believe that for 1 second. Every passage you've shared has always sounded like from a final book version, or like close to, right? That's very different than when I'm speed writing, when I'm doing like, I don't think I've ever done a 10K in a weekend, but I've done close. when I'm speed writing, the words are shit, like absolutely crap. They're nowhere near that level. So I think that's the difference as well. It's just how you approach it. You got to remember that. Also doing Canva projects for my writing really makes me excited for the projects. Yes, character boards, mood boards, covers, working on the in-game monster guide. That is so cool. All of them got me really excited. Yes, I do love that. That is very exciting. I hardcore relate. Words come very slowly from me, and sometimes it feels like I'll never get anything done. Yeah, but again, different speeds mean different things. You can't compare yourself to one another because you're not getting the same result anyway at the same stage. Like everyone is different. I've learned that slow and steady is my jam. There you go. It's like what works for you. A little bit every day will accumulate to a 10K month for me, and that's really good. But I also have demanding full-time job, yes, and busy social life, exactly. I do love being dragged to museums by you. Good. I'll keep dragging you to museums. No dragging involved. Very much headed over voluntarily. Good. Keiko says it's only single videos, not the entire star page or something. Where it happens the most was Elliot Brooks videos. Okay, weird. I've not had that issue. It could be linked to your browser. Do you need to update it? Pens and seats, actual writing time. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever heard that expression before. Sorry. 100% agreed. It's very hard to work 40 hours in a week and then spend the weekend writing 10K words. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yes. I only show the good bits. The rest of the words are shit too. You're giving me assumptions now, like I'm thinking, oh, this is how his entire book reads. I'll let you read a rough draft at some point and you'll see. You say this, but I also feel like sometimes it just takes a second to reread yourself and be like, actually, this is not as bad as I thought it was. Just be proud of your accomplishments. All right, cool. That was not you. I'm telling Edgar he doesn't have to be concerned by this. Let me take this banner off. It's just like, what? Why did you say all right, cool? 4 more comments since I took the banner down. Wait, the way to get to read the cover because to compliment your writing. I think the expression is as in seed when I think about it. Okay, I get it. I get it now. I think my spreadsheet on Finish It Feb is messed up. It doesn't track the percentage anymore. Oh, do you know where it's gone wrong? As in like the percentage on the right? Can I have a look, if you don't mind me having a look? Percentage left 100%. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. It says K18 divided by K2. K18 is words left. Yeah, divided by K2 is your month goal. Should be right? But no, there's a problem in your target. No? I don't know. I have no idea. I would love to help, but I'm not sure where the problem is. See, your book is perfect. Please send me the first draft to prove me wrong. Hi, Edgar. Yes. He's very cute. Precious angle. Love that. You'll read it one day, Marta, but I need you to complete it first. I only added my pictures, trying to make sure not to mess up with the cells that I've been doing math stuff. This is all correct then, right? Should I share or should I not share? Wait, I need to first stop sharing this. Close focus. Let's solve this live, guys. Finish it, Feb. This is the correct sheet, right? Unless you've got 2 this time around as well, like another one for another project. I feel like you just got this one. Where is the issue? Because it says percentage left 100%. Your target should be 16,000 words here. And you've got 123 done. Let me go back to your comment. That's the correct one. Okay. So wait, why is the problem? Can you tell me what the problem is exactly? You said it doesn't track the percentage anymore. Oops, I'm on the wrong page. There we go. Oh, do you mean here? The right-hand side. Okay. B11 divided by K2. B11, that's correct. Divided by K2, which is the 50,000. That should be correct as well. Is it just because because 120 is like too low? Have you tried doing a random number? Like, can you, if you were to add like a 0 at the end, do you mind if I just do that just to check? Yeah, it says 2%. It's just because it's like 0.0 something. So I think that's why. No? Yeah. Does it change if you put a higher number? It did. So I think it is tracking the percentage. It's just because 123 is not 1% yet. So there you go. So the moment you've written 500 words, it'll be 1%. And so it'll start counting that. I just don't think it does decimals in the percentage. So I think that's the reason. Okay. I was worried. No, don't worry. I think it's working. I think everything looks okay. Cool. We'll end this stream here. Thank you guys for joining me on this random pop-up sprint stream, full of sprints, more like. I'm going to finish my 3 chapters, I promise you, today. I will even post a little update on the Discord when I have done. But I think I'm going to take a break. Maybe I'll watch the rest of Brendan Sanderson's lesson number 3. Maybe I'll watch something else. Maybe I'll read my book that I'm reading, The Drift. I don't know. I need a break, and then I'll get back to it, and I will finish today, so I'm excited. Thank you guys so much. That was a good 4 hours. Like, that was so fucking productive. I did about half the book in that time, so that was pretty good. Thank you for coming. Thank you for accompanying me on this. I don't have an outro as usual, so it's going to be a cold ending as usual. Thank you guys. Bye. I've ended it.